And how's everybody doing today? Hope you guys can forgive me for starting an hour later than normal. I kinda, work kinda crapped on us today. Oh, yeah, kinda not surprised I don't have anybody hanging out. Yeah. So I did get a little out of hand on a rebuild of the miner. After stream. Have not tested it yet. Let's go give it a swing. If nothing else, I acquire extra materials to work with. I think I'm digging a big enough hole. Let's just see how it looks after we go down a little bit. I love it. Oh, I love it. Maybe I need to put a little bit of anything on the top to protect the top. But so far, this, pardon the pun, rocks. Quad drills, six Atmo thrusters mounted in between them. 2 large cargos. My only concern will be how getting out of here. Which it appears I might not be able to. Yep, nope, too heavy. And definitely not enough power to oh, nope, that was not the play here. I hate to do this, but I've got to leave it here while I get out and check for damage. For once, I don't have damage on my batteries. Rarity, although they would have definitely gotten clanged up here. And, if I manage to back out. Alright, so clearly I need more back thrust. Time to so I do have main motors, metal grids, and large steel tubes. We'll just we'll add 4 of these to the build planner. And go try to build at least one of the... Where's the tunnel for that? Select those. It overloads the motors just doing 6 kilometers. I need more batteries. It is worth noting that I have not touched my This is the end of the ship that usually sees damage, hence why I've got heavy armor on the side here. So, worth it to check this after every flight. You would not be surprised if one of these is damaged. Somehow I think we got out of there without any damage this time. Miracle. Even the 2 worst gyros ever mounted haven't taken any damage. And anyone who claims those aren't the worst gyro mounting ever, have you really looked at it? Have you really? Right. Why are you so zippy all of a sudden? My backpack is off. It was weird. Alright, so I did basically, I made the decision. That struggled with a half load. That means at minimum we need to slap on, let's call it another 3 thrusters on each side. 1 was enough to get me back out with a half load, so I'll be a lot happier with 12, 6 on each side. There's so many thrusters. um, but I think it also highlights the need to add another back gear or two, because under load it struggled to be able to run. But I do kind of want to, as much as I am having fun, trying to build a viable mining ship that doesn't look completely stupid. Here's the hint: I'm failing horribly at that. Honestly, I've added enough extra mass. I probably need to well, at least the refinery pulled at least everything. I probably need to add a fourth one of these. I've added so much on each side. I've probably added so much extra mass. And that's not even counting the batteries that I still need to build here. that puts all my batteries in recharge mode. Wonder how much my power is suffering at the moment. Really? I need to get another battery on here just so it lasts longer. So we have the ability to go mine up a butt ton of material at any given time, and hopefully we should be able to back out of whatever hole we dig ourselves into. I just realized that while I turned on my mic, I did not turn on the game noise. Sorry. Now we can get on to what I wanted to work on today. So, I know jack and shit about this block right here. Just that it exists and that you can use it to set up things. I don't know much about them. I don't know how they work. I don't know what's up with them. I need to figure it out. Mostly because they are going to be the key to automating stuff like this mining rig in the future. Right now, this one's kind of shit. I need to add a rotor, probably there or there, somewhere in here to turn it. This whole rig needs to be rebuilt, and I apologize if me wildly gesticulating is making anybody nauseous. We did lose a ship yesterday during stream, unfortunately. It's rather tragic. We lost our stupid scout. How you doing, Coffee? We did lose the stupid scout, and I need, so I am down to just my miner, which is honestly looking really aggressive. How do you like the upgraded miner, Coffee? Yes, that is 12. Yes, that is 12 atmospheric thrusters in the front. I had 6. Got the storage filled up halfway and got stuck and couldn't back out. So I had to add a couple on the fly, and then when I got back, I said, screw it, double my total. It was kind of embarrassing. Definitely looks better, though. This thing hogs out material like nobody's business, though. Let me see if I can, let's see if I can find the hole that we were test drilling. It's dark, so it's a little hard to identify anything here. Where is it? Was it on this wall? No, it might have been further over. There it is. There it is. That's the test borehole. This one it dug, and that's when this is when I switched it to a small, to the wider part is the alternate dig mode. And that's once it started, the tight dig mode. I'd say it hogs out some material fairly decently. Got turned around in the borehole. But yeah. If you didn't know, Barry, you'd think there was a hole that a giant worm came out of. Till you go down in it. It does a good job. I like it, although I also am carrying... What is that? Weird. Alright, but yeah, no... Coffee, if you know anything about using timer blocks, today is your day to shine. Because I need to learn how to use them today. Okay. So wait 10 seconds and then start. But how do you do a chain of them? How do you do a chain of actions? How do you do a chain of actions? I need a lot more construction components than I've got. I am gonna on to I'm gonna go into on my other monitor. I'm gonna pull up the timer block Wikipedia page just so I can see what it says. Wait. Okay. So why do this can do up to 90 actions? Why do I see people running 5 or 6 of these sometimes? I really need to go rename those pistons. Well, no, to be fair, I've pretty much dug out what I'm gonna get with this current setup. So what I need to do is I need to tear this down. Yeah, there's nothing in the drills.
Inventory full.
Really? How do I want to do this?
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yeah, I do need to tear this down. Do I have the room to stuff this in the, Nope. Gonna need to convert that to a large storage. All right. How do I want to do this? I'm gonna leave that right there because that is full. I don't feel like chasing down massive ice rocks at the moment. Sorry if I yawn a bit today. Work was not the kindest to us. So I'm a little yawny. It's excusable, right? Okay, now that was horribly placed. I think that's where we want it. After we get this built, we can move everything required for it, and everything in the connector over. But for the moment, we need to get it built. I should have put the large cargo initially. My bad for not doing it. I needed to get it up and running quickly, so I didn't think about it too much. God, this is an annoying way to do it, but just one of these is gonna keep us solid on ice for a while. If I manage to fill this thing up with ice, I've done something wrong. At least this early. After all, I most definitely am not the great Cornholio. You know what? Let's it is nice having on-demand crafting right next door, but there we go. Now I don't feel so bad about taking out these two. Even if I will be replacing the cargo junction and the conveyor junction. Alright. So how do I want to do this? Clearly I want to use a rotor. How would you guys do it? Chat? Would you guys have the base on a rotor, or would you have the rotor on the mine head? You know, you have the normal up and over piston array. You know, one up, 1 to 2 over, and then 1 to 2 down. Would you have the rotor on the base of your piston tower, or would you have it on the motor head?
Energy low.
I know it can be done both ways, but which one would you guys do for cost effectiveness? I want to say on the drill head, because that way it doesn't require any timer blocks. It just requires you to set the piston extension really slow, like 0.1, and set the rotor speed at like 0.3, 0.4, something like that. 1 point, it'll let you get a 5 or 6 wide fan of motors, going in a circle. You gotta say like 1.3, 1.4. Either way, I need to put pistons back on my hotbar as soon as I can find them. Here, piston, piston, piston. Why are the pistons never... Yes, I know I can just search them up, but it's irritating that you have to do that every time. think I want. Yes, I know it's functionally actually complete, but it doesn't feel right to leave it like that. Alright, so I am looking for... Need to figure out which of these is which. Alright, this is the upper. I think that means I need a second one on this one. Just so it doesn't feel horrifically mismatched. All right. I'm never going to complain when I don't have to manufacture materials. That means both of these pistons are That'll also put me into fresh territory, I guess you can call it. Okay, so how long does it take for one of these to extend at 0.1 extension? All right, it says 0.1 meters a second. We're talking, so if we're looking at so it takes 10 seconds to do 1 meter. It takes 50 seconds to get to full extension, which is 10 meters. So it takes 100 seconds to get to full extension. And just go ahead and share inertia tensor on all these. Thought I did. All right, so if it takes 100 seconds to get to full extension, if I put 4 of them on there, it means I'll have to put the down into 4 separate groups, as well as turn on the drill array first. But and 100 seconds is a minute 40. We'll say that's good enough. The first one can be a 10-second delay, though. It's the second one that needs to be on a minute 40 delay. Hmm. Alright, I can't test it without a freaking drill on it. Because I will absolutely destroy something. But theoretically, that works. Right? I'll just have to put each one on like a 1 minute 42 second delay in a timer block. It doesn't really matter which order they fire either. Just whichever one's first goes on like a 10-second delay. You know, start the That's right. Everything in a timer block is a 10-second delay, isn't it? All right, so I look at It doesn't. I don't like this. The Wikipedia page doesn't. It only describes part of it. So that explains why people use multiple trigger timer blocks, because each block only triggers with one delay. That explains that. Holy shit, Yuki, you scared the fuck out of me there. Oh, I'm giving myself an aneurysm trying to figure out timer blocks. How you doing though? Oh, I'm giving myself. I'm really stressing myself out trying to figure this out. Oh, you really 100% caught me off guard with that. Okay, so that's why people use multiple timer blocks. That explains that. Oh, yeah, no, that explains that, actually. That actually kind of makes me want to just... Really? Out of steel plate? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Where is Zeroto? Yeah, Rhoda. Where are you? There we are. And I want an advanced rotor here. That seems to be a common component with people lately. how badly can we traumatize the streamer? I have almost run into that tree like 4 times today alone. All right. What do you think, Yuki? Do we do the So we're gonna have the spinny motor, spinny drill bit, you know, at drills. Do we do it like this, or do we do it one big fan? I am Space George of the Jungle. Only difference is I don't look that good in the loincloth. Definitely prefer the kilt over the loincloth. Yeah, no. Loincloth are a little uncomfortable to wear. They ride up really high. The funny thing is, most of these don't consume a ton of power when they're not running. Besides, power's not really not really an issue. Legitimately, what I'm mining out is I am mining ice. I have a O2H2 generator converting it to hydrogen and putting it into a gas engine to fuel everything. I'm not too worried about power, especially with a little bit of passive for when it's not running. But I'm using this as a test to learn how to use timer block, which is something I am sorely missing the ability to do. Never really learned them. And one of the more common uses for timer blocks is managing pistons and rotors for simple automation. So this is a good way for me to get practice. I might be overkilling my pistons. I'm probably overkilling my pistons, but ask me if I care. I would rather overkill on pistons than underwhelm on pistons. All right. So I always want, what do you think? Should I leave it to just 5 wide? It'll be spinning in a circle. Or should I make it 7 wide, get a bigger circle out of it? Almost feels like it should be 7 wide. You think 5? I mean, 5 wide might actually be big enough to drive my ship down. Oh, which, by the way, true. And 3 wouldn't feel like enough. How do you like my mining ship? I call it the murder crab. It looks like the front of it looks like a crab with 4 claws, doesn't it? I had to put 12 reverse thrusters on it to get it to back out with half of a load. It can hold so much, it actually can't, I actually can end up not being able to get out of a hole I get myself into. All right. So we're looking at 5 timer blocks. I've got 1 built already here, so we'll just queue up 4 more in the build planner and go request materials for them. It flies like a drunk. I'm just gonna say it. That thing definitely flies like a drunk. Not the programmable block, timer block. Alright, let's get these timer blocks built. Cause I've got some being stupid. Oh, I need to come in here and name everything still, I suppose. All right. We're just going to call this Mr. Spinny. Just because I can. Does that look like a decent, does that look like a decent speed? Going by weight, I think I'd go with the giant murder crab. Unless we're talking about a dance battle, in which case I'd go with the 1,000 crabs wielding a knife. Oh, would I rather fight? Oh, in that case, I would definitely rather fight the 1,000 crabs wielding a knife. Yeah. Yeah, no. Battle to the death, definitely the 1,000 crabs wielding a knife. Do you think that's think that'll spin? Mr. Spinny does not share inertia tensor yet. Apparently, some of these pistons do not either. The more pistons I'm going to be extending the pistons by 0.1 meters a second. That's the slowest I can extend them. I'm only going to be extending one at a time. You think that'll make sufficient rotations to not bind up and break? Alright, I just gotta do some naming here. It is hard to tell which piston is which when you're not so by putting these individual pistons in groups, I will be able to tell the order I want to activate them. Because they are numbered. Instead of just being rainbow colored pistons in my inventory, in the menu. And I want to set each of these to... Well, first I want to turn you off while I adjust this in case I fuck up. Negative 0.1 means it's trying to pull itself up, which is what I want for now. Down to... down 3. And down 4 is the one on top. I already have it set. Just need to make sure everyone's sharing inertia tensor. Drills don't have inertia tensor, so... Alright. Is anything not sharing inertia tensor? All right. Now the way this should work is this is timer 1. The first timer block. So this one is going to turn on Mr. Spinny. Well, and then it will call on timer block 2 to start. And it'll wait 10 seconds before executing those 2 commands in sequence. Then we'll come down to timer block 2 here. And we'll set up its actions to take down 1 and reverse it. And then we go and grab timer block 3 and start it. But the pistons extend at 140. Sorry, the pistons, I'm saying them to extend at 0.1 meters per second. That means to extend 1 meter, it takes 10 seconds. They extend out max to 10 meters, so it'll take 100 seconds. That's 1 minute and 40 seconds. So this one also gets a 10-second delay because because until this one executes, the pistons will not start retracting. All right. But then when we go down to timer block 3 here, we want to set this for a 1 minute and 40. The most accurate I can get is 1:42 for some reason. It'll wait a minute 42. 5 ads. Holy cow, Yuki. That one will reverse down 2 and then execute timer block 4. Alright, so we have rotor, piston 1, piston 2, piston 3, and piston 4. Alright, and we are on... Did we do this one? Yes, we did. Then we're to this one. And we will set up the actions to down 3, reverse, we are on timer block 4, so we want to then execute timer block 5. We will start it. And we go down here to timer block 5. We're going to set up the actions, and I forgot to set the time on that last one. We'll set up down 4 to reverse. Welcome back. I go back and set timers. But all right. So if I've done this correctly, Well, first off, let's just go to Mr. Spinny and stop him spinning for now. Wait. It'll take a moment to slow down, but what do we have Mr. Spinny set to? This is the Mr. Spinny one. It is a toggle block on off. Okay. All right. So we are we go to drills. We put them on off right here. I'm choosing to manually turn on the drills just because of simplicity. All right. And then all I should need to do is put timer block 1 here and run start. Now, if I've done this correctly, motor's on. I should just have to be able to press 4. Give it a moment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It starts spinning. Now, in another 10 seconds, it should start extending the first piston. And there we go. And it should take 1:40 to extend it. And then after a brief period, the second one will start extending. The question is it going to break? So far, so good. If we see the piston above it extending before the first one is done, we know something went wrong. That first piston should come to full extension, and then the next one starts. And any second now it should be starting. Did I get my order of operation wrong? Nope, there it goes, there it goes. Yes! So we have been successful here. We have been successful in using the timer blocks to do what we want. I understand. I have an at least minimalist understanding of how it works. And if we want to make this that we can see, what's going on, and as emergency stops for any given, we can see. I can see the timer down there at the bottom of the screen. I don't know how well you can do it. You guys can see it, but I can see how long it is until the next one triggers. Looks like it's about to do it. And there we go. Look how little it's filled up the cargo chest. That is a large cargo. And it isn't even a quarter full from 2 full piston extensions. Oh yeah. Let's go look at it. How is our power, by the way? We can check here real quick. Doing good? We can fly down there. Oh, it's a... Okay, we have... I didn't account for that. The ice was not very deep. We have gone through the ice into the stone below. Which is good, because now this means that we're gaining other resources too, even though it's just iron, nickel, and silicon and gravel. And once we process that stone. But yeah, this does... So, I could have gotten away with just 2 pistons. I could have gotten away with 2, maybe 3 pistons. Let's see. Yeah, 3 pistons at full extension puts us into the stone. We could have gotten away with 2. That 4th one's just overkill. Fourth one's about to extend too, I think. Or it is extending, one of the two. Yeah, it's already extending. Now, the danger here is the longer this gets, the more it's going to shake. So I don't think we want to go more than 4. But we might be able to, we might be able to, what do you call it, fit a, like, there's no rare resources down here. You know, there's no specialized resources. I'm not picking anything up, just ice. But, somewhere out here on the lake, let me fly up high enough I can, detect door patches. There are 2 spots out here on the ice where I have ores underneath the ice. I have iron under one of them and silicon under the other. See, this is the
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
and now I'm out of fuel. Yeah, this one's iron. So if I'm gonna build another one, I want to put it over here. Because that will let me just sink like a 7 or 8 or 9 wide straight down to just dig out most of the freaking node all at once. And I've got to walk back manually because I was not paying attention to my freaking jetpack. I am paying for my hubris here. And the neat thing is, the way I've got it set up is when it reaches full extension, I could just trigger timer block 1 again to stop the rotor, to turn off the rotor. And then, start retracting the pistons one by one in order. It'll be slow to retract, but it'll retract all on its own. Technically, I could add on another timer block to the end of it to retract it, to send it back to 1, but that would just cause it to slam, to just do this over and over in an empty hole. So, I would want to replace timer block 1 with a rotor head turning the whole thing. Yeah, that would require another well, I gotta redesign it anyway. I'm already out of, I'm literally just mined up everything in the spot I set up. So I already need to redesign it for some level of reusability. Maybe like a 12 long fan of them just going out, going in a half circle, dropping a little bit, coming back, dropping a little bit, and just going back and forth. That would be a lot more complicated. I really went way the F out. And this is why you don't underestimate the this is why you don't underestimate the necessity of keeping hydrogen in your pack. If I was in space and I ran out of hydrogen, I'd have been just dead in the water, unable to go anywhere. I'd have basically been dead. It'd have been go ahead and throw open your helmet and let yourself die because you're not moving from that spot. If I was flying through space and to be fair, if I was in space, I would be only feathering it, and I would turn off my compensators whenever I need to go distance. On land, it's a little different. You have to keep your thrust on land. In gravity, you drop like a brick if your compensators go off. Not so in space.
Fuel critical.
There we go. Good. And we have... It's somehow still mining, even though it's at full extension. Yeah, everything's finished running. Now, if we hit 4 again, in 6 seconds, the rotor will stop. And then he'll start retracting the first piston. In another 5 seconds, and my landlord is mowing outside. You're heading to work? Alright, Yuki, good luck. I'll be here another hour, hour and a half. So I have, at the very least, taught myself the bare minimum basics for using timer blocks. I have ideas on how to improve my 2.0 of the I just had a piece of tree debris bounce off the house. All right. Give me just a moment. I need to step outside for a moment. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. Really did almost just lose my pants while walking through the yard. I gotta start wearing a belt with my work, with these shorts. Alright, so it looks like that's almost retracted. I'll come back in a minute when the fog goes away. God, the fog. Always the fog. All right. So we have our miner, which I added 3 batteries to it since the last time. We did not check and see how how it handles under load after adding those. Still maxing out. Okay. Still maxing out, so God, backing up alone maxes it out. So we need more power on this thing because just activating the reverse thrusters maxes out the battery. More power! Yeah, so we are gonna just okay, no, let's not go there. Where is the battery? There it is. Oh, Saul, I learned how to use the timer blocks today. I upgraded my space engineer. Yeah. I upgraded my space engineer's skill, tool chest. I have been putting off learning timer blocks forever. I finally just said, screw it, I gotta do it. They let you automate things. Yeah. All right, now if we get in here, we go into here. Minor batteries. And there we go. Now I can just turn off. There we go, and everything's in charge mode. Now my new batteries are charging up, so my problem currently with this is that when I try to back up, I max out my power output. So I'm kind of in the situation of just cram batteries in every hole and corner I can to try to mitigate that. It wouldn't happen if I wasn't in gravity. But yeah, these are timer blocks. Basically I set up. Yeah, gravity does keep winning. You should see how many times it's killed me. So you go into a timer block and you assign order, an order of things to execute. I'm telling this one to execute turn on or off, turn on or off Mr. Spinny, our rotor, and then go and start up timer block 2's sequence. Timer block 1, when you start it up, it takes 10 seconds before it fires, before it executes commands. It's what I've got it set to. Go over to timer block 2 here, wait 10 seconds, and it's gonna reverse down piston number 1, and then start up timer block 3. And so on, all the way down. Basically step-by-step scripting. The thing is, a piston going to full extension at 0.1 meters a second takes 100 seconds. So after you extend that first piston, you can't start up. If you don't want to make things go too fast, you have to set the delay on this one to at least 1:40. And I'm fat fingered, so I could either get it at 137 or 142. So I went with 142. So yeah, it basically is block by block scripting instead of just having a programming block executing a script, in whole. It's simple scripting where programming blocks are complex scripting. This is action scripting, whereas the programmable blocks are basically almost nearly mod level access scripting. Oh, and I gotta turn off my drills because I don't have those tied in for safety purposes. Bring it on home. No, I'm not going to turn that on sitting there because it will break something. And it shouldn't impact either. Yeah, it's just basically scripting, yeah. Kind of nice to be able to do that in a block form though, and not having to learn any scripting language to do it. I don't know what it's been today, but it has been raining almost 2/3 of the stream so far. Yeah, I do not know what's with the weather today in game, but it has been raining. This fog for most of the stream today. It's like it'll stop for 5-10 minutes and then start up again. And go for 20 minutes. It's frustrating. This is our murdered crab, like I said. Let's see, our battery's like currently. Battery's at 86%. That's under full load, when operating. It doesn't max out anymore, but it does max out if I try to back up and move an angle at the same time. So I could probably do with 2 or 3 more just to prevent consistent max outs. Also, I started that little run, that little movement just then at 76%. I'm down to 68% after that. So yeah. Well, it definitely does not have long wings on it. But it'll suffice for mining. So, we've got a miner. We've got an ice rig that's almost outlived its usefulness. I'm using it kind of as a test bed now. And I apologize if you guys can hear a lawnmower in the background. My landlord is mowing our lawn at the moment. We pay $40 a month for him to do it, so, I'm not going to tell him when he can do it. I think the question here is, do we go for a hauler? Or do we go for space? What do y'all think? Hauler or space? Which one do we go for? I want y'all's opinion. What do we go for? Do we go for a hauler to get our, work, maneuver things here and to haul things around here? Ice hauler, stone hauler? Or do we start work on our first ship to space? I kind of feel like we go for space. We've got all the resources necessary. I just had what sounded like a tree branch hit the side of the house. Alright, well, I do know that I want... I'm going to want a few of those laying around to put into the ship. I think we get ready to take our first steps to space. All right. We're going to start out by defining So to save on hydrogen on going up, I think I wanna have a pair of large Atmos. A trio of regular Atmos on either side. Because I would definitely rather use battery power than hydrogen power to get to the top, to get through most of the Atmo. Ride the Atmo thrusters as high as we can before we kick in the hydrogens to save on hydrogen. Which cockpit do we want for this? Do we go for the industrial cockpit? Do we do this one? Do we do the industrial? Do we do the industrial? That would... The cab cockpit is only available in... How you doing, Kuro? How you doing? So I need an opinion, Kuro. Which of these cockpits do we use for the for our first ship to space? I mean, somebody's knocking. Might be on the wall. Might be in the walls. Might be on the floor. Do we use the industrial cockpit, the fighter cockpit, the standard, or do we go with the cab cockpit? Do we go space trucker? So, no space truck. You think? To be fair, you want to see what it's like looking out of a fighter cockpit? I can show you what it's like looking out of the fighter cockpit. This is the field of view you have in the fighter cockpit. Now, yeah. Now, I've used this one before. This one I'm about to show you, hitting the wrong buttons. So we have the fighter cockpit. I have used the industrial cockpit for a spaceship in the past. And I kind of like how much space it gives you. Let me just throw this together real quick. It is still cool. You're not wrong. It's always construction components slowing me down. Fair enough, yeah. Still need bulletproof glass. Gotta have that bulletproof glass on your on the cockpit that's gonna keep you safe in space. This is the field of view you have on this one. Like, you can almost see your butthole. You've got so much view. You can legit. It does look a little fugly, though. I know that would be a little weird, I know. It is fugly, though. I won't deny that. It is fugly. But is it an acceptable level of fugly is the question. Is it an acceptable level of fugly? Fair enough, yeah. I like other than corgis, yeah. Is it an acceptable level of fugly? Because when I don't know if you've ever watched Cowboy Bebop, Kuro, the original, not the live action. But this this cockpit has the same kind of field of vision as Faye's little fighter craft that she has. Yeah, let's look at the other options here. We have Fugly Deluxe, the helm for interior ships. This is okay. No, I'm sorry. I've never built this one to take a look inside it. Do we want to be a space trucker? Do we want to be a space trucker? We would have absolutely no visibility comparatively. I'd have to almost exclusively pilot from the external field of view. But it won't let me get close. But we'd be a space trucker. It's a fucking cube. And this is the default option. This is the one that can't. This is the one. This is the other. This is one of two in the base game. You have this and the fighter cockpit for field of view. This one's actually really good on field of view. This one's really good on field of view. Really good on field of view. I mean, but just kind of it is. The other thing to consider is the ports in the back. Also, you can enter this one from the back of the cockpit. The ports in the back for this one are two right there. The fighter is one big one, and the others are some, you know, difference of the two. Yeah. The fighter is objectively the coolest looking one, but it's also the one that has the least visibility if I need to view from the cockpit, which does make maneuvering a little difficult if I have to do it from the cockpit. Yeah. I mean, that's the back of the fighter. That's the back of the industrial, which honestly, I like the industrial. I like the field of view. I like the fact that it kind of gives me the vibe of I'm standing up over the world instead of sitting back. I like that feel, especially when you are up there in space looking down on the planet. It almost feels like you could just spread your arms and start free falling towards the planet. Trucker is, let me rotate that so we can see the back. Trucker is, yeah, the trucker would be good for like a personally, I vibe with this one. I 100% vibe with this one, not gonna lie. But is it the one I want to ride to space? I have been pretty good. I've streamed every day this week, just because I can. I think one thing I do have to do to get this one positioned how I want, though, is dummy out a block there. Oh, really? Really? Oh, that sucks. Alright, well. Still want to use it. You know what? I don't want to place it first, I think. At the moment, I do believe we do have synthwave going. Yeah, it's a synthwave. When I am 100% gonna say it, and I think I've said it before, there isn't much I won't listen to at least once. Nice. Yeah. I'll listen to just about everything at least once. I've been listening to some at work I like to listen to what do you call it? What is his name? I got an artist I like to listen to at work on Spotify. Where is he? Ghost Data, that's the name. And by the way, Ghost Data is technically like dark synth, or apparently his fans call it dream synth, but dude, I love his stuff. Where is it? There's... He does have some tracks that have words on them, but they're a little few and far between. At least as far as, large amounts of talking. Where is it? Where is it? I know what I'm looking for. Production blocks, O2H2 generator. This is going to space. The first thing we need I get what you're saying with that. I mean, he does have some stuff, he does have a track with Project Melody. I'm not going to deny it. And Mel is, if anything, very sussy sounding. I mean, have you ever heard Project Melody? Heard her talk? Or you know who she is? No? Alright. She is one of the first VTubers who decided to stream from an adult platform first. She got her start on the hub. And on the bait. To be fair, it's Mel. She, a good way to describe Project Melody on a regular basis is walking horny. That is probably one of the best ways you can describe Mel. Walking horny. And yet when she's not on an adult site, she goes out of her way to try to be really wholesome. It's kind of weird on that front. Fair point. Fair point. I will point out that I do technically have a VTuber avatar, even if it's a very poorly made one. That's an interesting opinion on that one. Well, the thing is, Mel, when she goes onto the other sites, she uses a 3D model. Let's just leave it at that. And she has obtained models for every toy she uses on stream. So, yeah, no, I can't blame you for for being about it, but she does go out of her way to be wilding out. No, she actually does not collab with other people on when she's doing the adult content. That's the weird thing. I'm telling you, that's the weird thing. She's oddly wholesome for somebody who does that content. Like I said, oddly wholesome. It's a little bizarre sometimes how wholesome she feels. She almost feels innocent at times, like she's completely doesn't understand things. Understand that she's doing horny things sometimes. It's kind of funny and a little weird. Where is it? Do I have the parachute hatch? I have broken enough of them. I understand that completely. And yep, there it is. It ain't for everybody. I honestly barely watch her. I'm more just aware she exists, if anything. So I occasionally see clips. I think she's gotten to the point she only does like one of those streams a month, maybe two. She's cut back a lot from what she used to do. It used to be like that was her primary. These days it's like third or fourth in priority for her. The funny thing is, I think she almost got kicked off the bait at one point because IRL streamers were getting pissed off at how popular she was. All right, so I think I want I'm not gonna sit here and try to encourage anyone to watch her, and I'm not doing that, believe me. It's just when I come across some of her her content on the YouTube. Dude, they've been doing that since the first anime, dude. Mai with her entire Harpy deck and all the fan service she gave. Yeah, they've been doing that since the beginning. That's nothing new. Oh! Are you telling me I'm gonna need a converter to make this work? Hope that's the right orientation for that. I will admit that a lot of them do not have a lot of personality in their styling. I'm not going to deny that. Honestly, the ones with the most personality are the ones that started out, that started that end. Everyone else just, if they're not, they're either fan servicing or they're just trying to be horny, and honestly, it gets kind of boring. At least if you're going to be unrepentantly horny on the internet, at least be unique in your take on it. Your favorite waifu Yu-Gi-Oh card? Go for it. Really? I think mine was Amazoness Swordswoman back in the day. Tells you how long it's been since I played Yu-Gi-Oh. That's inconvenient. I mean, have you ever seen Amazoness Swordswoman? Have you ever seen that card? You don't like her? I used to run the card in a deck because, honestly, she's kind of busted on what she can do. I mean, I'm not normally for the stupidly masculine girls either. Nothing wrong with the ones that want to be. It's just not normally my thing. But, yeah, it's just something about that card. It's just like, to me. I built a deck around her effect. Heart of Clearwater and Ring of Magnetism on her makes her unkillable except by removal. Which there are plenty of ways to remove her, but you know, when your opponent's not expecting a monster that requires them to use their removal to get rid of it, it can really screw with them. Yeah, it's been so long since I kept up with Yu-Gi-Oh! That I don't even remember most of the stuff. Dude, I have been hating today. Dude, the last time, let's put it this way. I got out of high school back in 2000. I stopped playing in 2000. It's been that long since I played. I think the last deck I had was an Elemental Heroes deck. The last deck I had was an Elemental Heroes deck.
Energy low.
I did have a Magnet Warrior deck back in the day. Alpha. I did have a Magnet Warrior deck back in the day that got me a little bit of hate in the local scene where I live. I mean, she's not bad looking. That's actually kind of neat. Dude, I played it back when there was no support for the for additional mechanics for them. Do you know how much hate I got for rapid switching between forms? Jesus Christ. I had 3 full sets. I got so much hate for that deck. Oh yeah, they're a fantastic concept of a monster, and I wish they had stopped at fusion. All the XY, all the additional stuff that came later. It just, at some point it stopped being about the game and more about seeing how much text they could fit on the card, and that kind of pissed me off. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, no, Valkyrion was really hard to summon. Although, at the time Valkyrion first came out, he was legitimately pretty much the strongest you could get without without really bullshit cards, you know. And there was one card that came out around that time, Instant End or something. Or something along those lines that immediately ended the game. You immediately both put your strongest creature you had on the deck, and whoever had the higher instantly won. Valkyrion was, that was around the time last turn. That's the one. That had just come out when I was running Valkyrion, and this dude I went up against, he'd never seen Valkyrion. And he played a Forbidden Beast, I think it was, the 3200, ritual summon. He played that as his strongest monster. And then last turn to me, when I already had Valkyrion on the field, and he was like, I win. I said, check your numbers, bro. First and only time I ever had a table flip because of Yu-Gi-Oh! So funny watching people get salty when they realize, what they when they realize what they thought was going to be their instant win. Ends up being a loss for them. So funny watching people's faces when they realize they are not all that in a bag of chips. Honestly, from what I've seen, I think that current Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of falls victim to the same issues Magic's been having, or rather, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had the issue before Magic's current issues have happened, but it kind of disappoints me and is pretty much turned me off of playing most card games these days. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Put out so many cards and changed the ban list so often back in the day that pretty much it became pay to win every time a new set came out. So it's and for a long time Magic wasn't that bad on that, but recently in the last few years, the rate Wizards has been pushing. You're not wrong. But also, I lost all my cards in a hurricane. They were in the back of my truck, in my Jeep, in a box. And a tree fell on my truck, so I lost all my cards. So that's the other reason why I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore, is because all my cards got ruined in a storm. Yeah, dude, I had like $3,000 worth of cards. You want to talk about pissed off? I had more value in those cards than I did in my freaking car, because it was such an old vehicle. That freaking ticked me off. It's actually why I've been especially protective of my remaining magic cards. I didn't lose any magic cards during that, in that incident, but that's why I've been especially protective of them, and every deck goes in a sleeve protector. If I'm going to build a new deck, chances are I'm going to proxy it out, figure out what works, and then decide if I'm going to build it for real. I tend to play more in proxy these days just because it's easier to keep up with what the new stuff. I mean, really, the rate they put out new Magic sets these days makes it really hard to justify buying cards unless you're a collector. It's like it's become so difficult to keep up with the rate sets are coming out that if you buy, you're buying as a collector. Fair enough. I remember back in the day when we'd get when we'd find misprints like we found one. One of my friends found one. It was supposed to be something like Bloody Axe. It was supposed to say something like Bloody Axe, but it ended up just saying Body Axe on it. It was straight up missing 2 letters. Like, stuff like that was a lot more common back in the day. Oh no, we found legit cards back in the day that were misprints. They're a lot rarer now than they were back then, but they do occasionally happen. But back in the day when I was in high school, we were finding them in like 1 out of every 20 packs. Most of the time, it's just like a piece of a letter missing. I remember one time. My buddy, I can't remember what creature it was. Might have been might have been one of the Ojama cards. He got one that was printed without the attack and defense on it. Like, how did that make it past QC? All right, where is it? That's a pretty big misprint when you think about it. Just doesn't have the freaking name, doesn't have the attack and defense on it. Oh, I do remember that one. Oh, I forgot. I think I've seen the name, but I don't recall it off the top of my head. There are a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards back in the day that I just don't remember. I do know Komuri Dragon, I believe. I think. Like I said, it has been so long for me that I don't remember half of the stuff from back in the day. Yeah, it has been so long. But then again, you can, my roommate and I can sit and talk about Magic cards for quite literally days. Yes and no. Yes, I'm a little hyped for it, and no, I'm not. That's the best way I can put it. I'm looking forward to it, but at the same time, I'm a little concerned about how well it's going to do. You know, Legends Arceus was a good game. Don't get me wrong. Legends Arceus was phenomenal. But at the same time, it hit the wall fast. Legends Arceus hit the wall fast in terms of, what you could do that kept it entertaining. It hit the wall really fast on what you could do that kept it entertaining. And that's not a good thing. And I understand not liking Gen 6. I think Gen 6 was one of the wait, what gen is Gen 6? Black, white? I'm now having X and Y. Okay, that's one of the gens I didn't get to play, so I really don't have any experience with those games in particular. So my frame of reference for them is they added Pokemon to the game. To the decks. That's my frame of reference for them because I didn't play them. about the only about the only mon I can say I genuinely like from Gen 6, at least from my little bit of experience, I do really like Zygarde and the lore behind it. I'm just gonna say it. Zygarde is legitimately Zygarde is probably the only mon from it that I can point out and say that's a good one. Yeah, that is a bit of a I hate to use this word, but that is a bit of a trigger point for you, isn't it? You want your Weavile and you want it fast. I will say this, whenever I play a new Pokemon game, whenever I play a new Pokemon game, that is probably the thing I least look forward to. Yeah. Alright, that doesn't look like it's going to interfere with the things too much. Gen 7's Sun and Moon. Fair enough. Oh. You know what? I just realized we built all this and there are still no batteries whatsoever on that ship. I just realized we have not put a single battery on there.
Energy low. Fuel low.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah. That is an issue I have heard with people's opinion of that. I gotta add an ore detector, I gotta add a connector, I gotta add batteries, and I gotta add an antenna. Those are the 4 things remaining to add. And I gotta figure out where to put the batteries, honestly. Oh, I mean, that does kind of tick me off too. I still want to see what a rock type Eevee is going to look like. They're not gonna let's just go ahead and be honest. They're gonna keep showing it love no matter what we think. So, you know, I'm still standing by my statement of the only way we're getting a ghost type Eevee is if we hit it with a brick. you're not wrong entirely. But if you're gonna make it, if you're gonna make a Pokemon have the possibility to have a different form for multiple different types, you better be ready for people to want one of every type. And Nintendo seems to be drip feeding people that because they know they want it, because they know they'll wait. Which one? Oh, one of the early dark types. I gotcha. Can you really call Mike Yenna a hyena? Fair enough, fair enough. What is that one? What is the mon that trying to remember what is the base form for Stoutland? I mean, my parents have had more than one dog that very much looks like Stoutland's first unevolved form. So I kind of like those, those dogs. My brain is not wanting to connect names at the moment. Nothing wrong with boxes. Have you ever heard a fox scream in real life? Yeah. That shit happening, that screaming in the middle of the night when you're sitting on your back porch is fucking terrifying. When you can't tell where it's coming from because there's 3 or 4 of them, yeah, that shit gets a little freaky. Oh, don't get me wrong, I think they do look absolutely adorable, but after you've had to knock one away from from a pet because it clearly had rabies, you don't always go, "Oh, look at the cute baby." First time you have to defend a pet from one. Yeah. Also, they're almost impossible to domesticate. Foxes are. You can get them mostly domesticated. But, apparently back in the day, apparently there was a group of Russian scientists who attempted to domesticate them, and they said even when they were on their best behavior, there were times they would literally go and pick up their cup of coffee, take a sip. Yep, that's piss. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, they're absolutely gorgeous animals. It's just they definitely have that proclivity to cause mischief. Can't take the wild out of them. You can't take them. You can't take the mischief out of them. Not entirely. All right. That actually sounds a little terrifying. I have no guarantee those thrusters are going to be enough to get me up, but they're going to make a good effort at it. Those Atmos are only going to take me so far before I have to kick in the hydrogens. I need to go grab a few thousand ice. Start filling up that hydrogen tank a little. All right. True. Then you've got Sneasler. The you know, yes, towering over humans, big enough to carry them on its back. Oh, hey, da, 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 da. I missed a thruster. Because I was wondering why the sound of hydrogen didn't go away. Yeah. To be fair, they are also female, aren't they? Uh, oh, that's terrifying thinking about that. I want you to realize what you just did. I want you to realize what you just did. You just did the exact thing that everyone absolutely hates the horny side of the Pokemon fandom for doing. Oh, I know. I just had to call it because God knows the horny side of the Pokemon fandom is way out of control. Yeah. Doesn't help that the developers know that the fan base is like that. Doesn't help that the developers know the fan base is like that and they kind of play into it. God, I've got thrusters in so many spots, I don't really have anywhere I can put this. Doesn't help. Doesn't help that in Gen 9, the place where Hatena was supposed to spawn doesn't spawn them. I mean, a lot of franchises are like that, you know? The problem with games like FNAF is there's always that one person that grabs the mic and says, "Wood." There's always that one person. Yeah, no, 100%. Like, the games aren't bad, but don't ask me to freaking talk. Don't ask me to talk about it. The game's not bad, but don't ask me to talk about it because the fandom is legitimately one of the most rabid out there. Like, I'm calling the fandom rabid, and I'm, you know, I'm calling the fandom rabid. That tells you something's wrong. I normally don't give a shit about how rabid a fandom is, and I'm calling it rabid. Like, bruh. Doesn't help. All I'll say, reminder on the cute animal doesn't mean shit is Sonic fandom. Cute animal don't mean shit. Oh, well, it's easy to explain the Eevee thing. It's easy to explain the Eevee thing. It's easy to explain the Eevee thing if you didn't, if you didn't know. It's easy to explain the Eevee thing. People are sick fucks. That's how you explain it. Yeah, no, exactly. You know. They are both ship freaks and self-insert freaks. I swear, out of every fandom I've ever encountered, I've never seen one that self-inserted characters quite as often as Sonic. Self-insert, when you make art or of any kind, with a character representing you put into it, interacting with the characters. That is the worst. It is a rare day when somebody writes that well enough that it's actually tolerable. Yep, that sort of thing. Yeah. Insert themselves as character species X, Y, and Z, which Sonic Forces did nothing to help because they just gave them a character creator they could use. I'd say as far as works of fiction, usually on the writing side, the only ones that I'm okay with are Worm self-insert fiction. If you've never read Worm and you like Grimdark, you've got to read it, or Grimdark. At some point, after a point, it is difficult to read, though. Worm is very much a read at your own caution kind of story. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. I mean, when it does get way, those do get way too wild, and also I'm probably running way over the time I should. But with those, how to describe my opinion on those without getting lynched on the internet? They're decent works, but the fan base took sexualizing the characters too far. That's my statement on that one. I 100% blame the fan base for how that has gotten to. I 100% blame the fan base for how that one has gotten to. Like I said, Helluva and Has-Been is the one fandom where I am entirely blaming the fandom for going right to sexualizing. Others, it's a stretch. Even Sonic, weirdly enough. But yeah, no, the fan base. The fan base is entirely to blame on that front. There's one thing I'm missing on this ship still, that to keep it from being a disaster. Where are you? I mean, at this point, if somebody hasn't seen Luna, it's because they've stayed off the internet. Let's be honest. You ain't even gotta be horny for it to find it all over the place. Seriously, you can type the letter H into the search bar in DeviantArt, and the first 100 things that come up, out of that first 100, there's probably going to be 30 Has-Been characters. Or Helluva. It's just way, gotten way out of hand. And the characters were intentionally designed to be relatable, so you can't, you can't blame the writers for that. They designed the characters to be relatable. That was intentional, and honestly a good thing because it gave people things they can relate to. That's not a bad thing. Well, that's the thing with it. The things that drew people, the people, the things that drew people into it weren't the sexual things. They just felt so attached to the characters, and it's the internet brain rot has caused people to default to, I like the way these characters look, I must be sexually interested in them. And that's just the internet brain rot talking. I'm not even lying there. It's 100% internet brain rot causing that. I mean, there might be some sexual stuff for some people, but it didn't come first, it came second. And that's the thing that people forget. Is that internet brain rot has, and I apologize for my language here, fucked an entire generation of people in how they think. And not in a fun way, in a bad way. It has ruined an entire generation of individuals. The internet brain rot has. Like, I'm firmly in the generation that can be called a millennial. I'm 36. I'm 36. I'm firmly in the generation that can be called millennial. And I grew up with all the stuff that started the internet brain rot. I understand it is a thing. It is a thing hard, and people don't get it. I'm specifically talking about anyone who thinks that they're okay on the internet. If you spend more than 3 hours a day on the internet, you are not okay. Unless it's for work. I understand if it's for work. But, let's put this way. You are if you spend half or more of your day awake on your time awake online. Yeah. If you have to spend more than half of your awake time online for not for work purposes, you are as bad as your parents and your grandparents when they when they decide to sit there for a whole day and do nothing but watch TV. There, I said it. The internet has become our TV. The only difference is you can end up getting sold on the dark web. You can end up being on the internet all day means your information can be sold to somebody on the dark web, and you can end up kidnapped because you spent too much time online. There is a point being on the internet hurts more than it helps, and kids who have nothing better to do but sit online for 12 hours a day, there's a reason Go Touch Grass is a thing. All right, and I'll be honest. I'm 36 and single. You know, it's something I'm frequently worried about. You know, but I also work night shift, so I have essentially no times I can say, you know what, I'm gonna go talk to this girl, go talk to girl here and go, you know, or girl there. I don't have that opportunity. I'm working all the time. It means you get a lot of people being a dude that loves art and designing. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. But which connector is that in this ship? Yeah. I can see that. Where is the... Where is it? No, not the conveyor sorter. Not the survival kit, although that's something I should consider. There it is. Alright. I will be right back, alright? Yeah. Now, I do have one danger with this ship, and it is a significant concern for me. I hear you. I hear you. All right. All right, so we have our space ship, our first spaceship. This is going to be our first first ship to launch our meat nugget to space, so to speak. I mean, to be fair, we are quite, us as humans are quite literally a 2 to 5 pound ball of meat inside of a meat mix. So calling us a meat nugget isn't wrong. You know, a little derogatory, yes. Wrong, no. Well, thanks to just waiting on the hydrogen tank to fill up. We're also gonna put some ice in our inventory. But I think next stream, whether that be tomorrow or Monday, next stream is going to be going to space. Going to space and finding an asteroid that we like enough that we want to put a base on it. So what I'll do in between next stream and now is I'll load the cargo container up with enough steel plate, enough materials for 2 solar panels, an H2O2 generator, an assembler, a refinery, the things required for us to set up a platform with solar panels on the top of an asteroid and get a refinery and get a production line for for resources going. The bare minimum. I'll get that loaded in there so that we'll be able to just take off come next stream. I'm hoping for tomorrow, but it might be Monday. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are times that I can fall victim to the brain rot. I can sit there and scroll through YouTube Shorts for 12 hours, but I stay off of TikTok, Instagram, stuff like that for the most part. You know, even now, I will forget to fall asleep for 2 more hours after stream because I sit there and watch YouTube. You know, I remember the days of YouTube poops, so Alright. All told, for a first ship, it's not terrible. It could be worse, could be better, but it's not terrible. Our oxygen tank is full up already. Our hydrogen is most of the way there. So, if nothing else, I'm going to let this run long enough for the hydrogen tank to fill up. Yeah. Yeah, ways to go. It won't take too long. It won't take too long. I'm kidding myself. I'll put some ice in there so we have a little bit of emergency storage. Emergency energy. But batteries, solar panels, refinery assembler. Probably also a survival kit, because the ability to respawn up there if we need to is kind of important. But yeah, and storage, of course. I'll probably start with a regular one and then later on upgrade to the big boy. But hopefully, yeah. Let me stop waffling about. I am waffling. It is noon already where I am. It means I have been live for 4 hours. It's far longer than I normally go. So I will let you guys go.